let me go ahead and turn this up. Let me turn this up for y'all. Why is this music so quiet? This music is a little too chill for me. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let's bring this down. Alright. I think we should be good like this. You know what I mean? I won't find out until the stream is done. Anyways, right? Look at me. Look at me. Look how hard I'm working for y'all. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's Jimmy Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Goloszewski Experience. This is going to be episode 732. Emozart. Hey, I remember what it's called. I remember the episode number. Look at that. Why am I so far away from the camera? Why am I projecting? What are we doing? Well, Happy Saturday. It's a Saturday stream. You know, ever since I reached affiliate status, finally, after like years of streaming, like I'm finally here, right? Like, look at me. Look at me. I'm finally here, like affiliate status, and I'm all the way away from the camera. What are we doing today? I warned y'all like a couple of months ago. Said don't make me get on here and start like ironing, and I'm just gonna iron on stream sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, don't make me do that. Don't make me do that. You know, all honesty, I was ironing my shirts, right? I was in the middle of doing some ironing, and then some other stuff happened, and then I was doing some other things, and then I was like getting back to ironing, and then I saw it was go time. I was like, oh, I didn't even iron my shirts, or I didn't even finish. You know what I mean? Ironing my shirts. So here I am. I was like, all right, well, since I already started, I might as well just do it, right? And I was like, it's only like a few shirts anyways. What do I got? Just, you know, some more shirts after this one. So, you know what I mean? You might see some steam. You know what I mean? This is a steamy business. So, anyways, I was like, I could either, you know what I mean, not go live and be late and then explain myself and be like, oh man, I'm late, you know what I mean? Because I was doing, you know what I'm saying? Or I could just be like, yo, remember that time I said, don't make me come on here and start ironing my shirts on stream? It is Saturday. It is a variety show. We are going to get to some artwork though, you know what I mean? Like, we will get to some artwork. So it's still going to be an art stream. I mean, on a technicality, ironing your clothes is something like an art, you know what I mean? There's a right way to do it, there's a wrong way to do it. Just like anything else, right? And if you're not following me on all my socials and following me on my other socials, you should. You should definitely follow, you know, G Mr. Drew on X. Go follow, go like, go subscribe, all this stuff, you know what I mean? On X, lately, on some of these posts that I'll be doing, every now and again, I've been posting whenever I finish ironing my shirts. That's what I was gonna do today. I was gonna iron, like I was ironing my shirts, and I was like, alright, I'm gonna get this post out, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go live. And then I kind of got sidetracked because I was like, oh yeah, I kind of got to do some things, you know what I mean? Because I got to deal with anything and everything that I got to sit here and deal with, you know what I mean? In my life. I keep the camera on me, you're welcome, so that way you don't see everything else. And yeah, didn't work out that way. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead, iron for a little bit, not too much. It doesn't take long. I'm pretty much done with this first shirt already. And then we're gonna go ahead and get into making some emotes. The whole thing that I wanted to do. I mean, we're on episode 732, something like that, right? I don't know, about 700 episodes ago. You gotta go on my YouTube, G Mr. Drew on YouTube. Go follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. G Mr. Drew on YouTube. if you go back and you start watching from episode 1, somewhere really early on, I always talked about like my goals, everything that I was doing. I was like, yo, I can't wait. You know what I mean? Like I never wanted to be like the number one straight, like, you know what I mean? Like I want to do good, I want to do great. You know, I got a hefty career behind me. I know how to iron my own shirts. You know what I'm saying? I've been a professional. I am a professional. You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm getting at? Like I do all this stuff, right? Let me go get this other shirt. So, if you go back and watch those really early episodes in the very beginning, you know what I mean? The humble episodes. Let's be real, my episodes are still humble. Over 700 episodes in, still humble over here. So, one of my goals when I first started, I was like, yo, I can't wait to get to like an affiliate status, and then I can get to make some emotes. Like that was a goal early on. I did not expect it to take 4 years, you know what I mean? But it did. Hey, whatever, right? It is what it is. It took 4 years to get to an affiliate status, to get to be able to make emotes. Like, sure, I could have made emotes for people as like freelance and all that other stuff, and I tried doing that back then. No takers. Why? Because I didn't have a emote creating portfolio. You know what I'm saying? It's like all I had was like an animation degree, some animation experience, some graphic design experience. Like I had all the experience and all the tools and know-how to be able to make emotes, but because I didn't have any emotes in my portfolio, I didn't get any emote making gigs. And I was like, alright. I guess I'll just have to make my emote portfolio once I reach the affiliate status and begin to make emotes for my own channel. And then I'll always be here, you know what I mean, to work with y'all and show y'all, like, hey, I'm making some emotes over here. You want one? You know what I mean? I got an animation degree. I want to make some animated emotes. I got a graphic design career underneath my belt, you know what I'm saying? I got everything that I need to be able to make some. So what are we going to be doing today? Like once I get done ironing these shirts. I mean, my hair, well, to be honest, I got to wash my hair. You know what I mean? I tighten it up, but I was like, I got to wash it. Why tighten it up if I'm about to wash it, you know what I mean? But either way, I was like, am I going to tighten up my hair on stream after I get done ironing? Not today. Next time. Hey. So, what are we gonna be doing today? You know, because I got so many viewers, but not any like chatters. You know? Like look at my chat. My chat is always so quiet. It's like unreasonably quiet. Like, I know other streamers that, you know, they get a handful of people to watch, whatever. But there is a constant stream of chat on them. Like, even if it's just one person, there's one person that's having an entire conversation with that person. Like, I'll tune in because I like them. You know what I mean? Like I like them. I like their stream. I'll pop in every now and then. I'll drop a lurk if I'm just lurking, or, you know what I mean? I'll chat, you know what I mean? I'll do whatever. But yeah, I find it real eerie. I find it real eerie that not eerie. That I was able to make affiliate status and my chat went from having more chat in the early days. You can go back and watch those old videos. You can see like the chat in there and me talking, not too much, not too crazy, but still more than it is now. It's like, how did my channel grow, but then the chat didn't? You know what I mean? Story of my life. You know what I mean? Before there was chat rooms and message rooms and all that. Story of my life. You know what I mean? People just like to stare. It's real crazy. So it's like, I've dealt with that in my real life without the internet. Like, the internet could go ahead and not exist, and my chat room would still be quiet. You see what I'm saying? So it's real eerie to me. I finally got to the place where I'm able to do what it is, you know what I mean? Like a little bit of a phase one, if you will, of what it is that I wanted to do on Twitch this entire time. I was so looking forward to making emotes back in 2021. Here we are 4 years later. Well, 4.5 years, kind of, almost, you know what I mean? And finally we're here. Now fortunately, there we go. Let me go get this other shirt. Look at that. Look at me. I don't even know what I was saying. Fortunate for me, fortunately, lucky for me. Either way, you know what it is. We're gonna make some emotes. We're gonna start with the emote that I said we were gonna start with back. I was working on a commission when the affiliate status hit. You know what I mean? Shout out to you. Thank you for getting me here. I was working on a commission, so I spent my Saturdays working on the commission. You know what I mean? G-Mr. Draw on Patreon if you're interested in a commission. But yeah, now that that's done, I can finally do the things that I want to do on Saturdays, which are, you know what I mean, work on some merch designs, you know what I mean, work on some emotes, like I always been wanting to do. And the first emote we're going to be working on is the Chat Chilla emote. You know what I mean? Because my chat is so chill. I mean, my chat is as cold as ice. See what I'm saying? Now, I hope I still have my references that I saved, you know what I mean? Because I saved them back, you know what I mean, when I was, a few weeks back when I was working on the, I was still working on the commission. But yeah, I hope I still have those references sitting in a folder somewhere, like I should, you know what I mean? But I've also had to, like, you know, do some computer things and move some folders around, so it might be sitting somewhere over there also. We'll see. But yeah. Like, I wonder if I'm able to make a animated emote. Because if not, you know what I'm saying? So whether or not I'm actually capable of making animated emotes at the moment, maybe that's, you know what I mean, a partner level, whatever the next level is. I looked at the stats that need to be achieved in order to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all need to hurry up and get involved. You know what I mean? Help your boy out. Cause I basically got to do me at 100-fold. I'm gonna be up here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the Chat Chilla emote was always going to be an animated emote, you know what I mean? So I'm going to make it regardless. And then if I could apply it to my account, we're going to go ahead and do that. And then hopefully by tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? that emote will be available. I don't even know how emotes work because I haven't worked on them yet. I haven't even looked into it. You know what I mean? But that's what we're gonna do today. Hold on. Yeah, this is one of those more difficult shirts right here. You know, I gotta get slim cut shirts, you know, because of my fitness and exercise and my dieting and everything that I do. G Mr. Drew Makes Fitness. Go join my OnlyFans. So if there's like a slim fit option for these fancy button downs that I get, like I get those. But like not all of them. Like this one right here is like a regular. It's not slim fit. But yeah, it's crazy how they do slim fit stuff. You know, it has like this extra seam that they sew in, so that way they can like taper in around the waist area. You know what I mean? Because I got these shoulders for days, right? I got these shoulders for days. And then, I don't know about you and your workout goals, if you even have any, but like my workout goals never had anything to do with weight, had everything to do with look. I just wanted to look a certain way. So I targeted my exercise to look that way. Hey, look at me now, you know what I'm saying? Go join the OnlyFans, you know what I mean? Hit me up in there, DM me, do all that stuff. Don't be a crazy person like some of the people that be joining. Some people be joining my OnlyFans and they're just, I don't know what it is, yo. You know what I mean? Story of my life. Story of my life. But yeah, these slim fit shirts, you gotta sit there and hit those angles for that taper. Let me go get the last shirt. It's gonna be the last shirt, I promise. Welcome to the Andrew Wojciechowski Experience Variety Show. You know, random Saturdays. Now that that commission's done, we can finally embrace the randomness. All right. So yeah, you might see me post on X every now and then. I might even post these. I don't even know. I always say, people see me pop my collar. A lot of people got a lot of jokes about that. You know what I mean? Y'all funny to me. But no one sees me iron my shirts. You know? It's funny because the little comedians that I see got their little jokes. I see where they get their clothes from. They get their clothes made for them. Like, I doubt they would even know how to iron a shirt themselves. You know what I mean? So, look at them and look at me. It's like, they would be helpless trying to pop their collars in a wrinkly shirt. You know what I mean? They'd have to sit there and go ask their mommy to go iron their shirts for them. Mommy, please iron my shirt so that way I'm not popping a wrinkly shirt collar. know what I'm saying? All you with your little jokes. So it's like I always say on my X posts. Everyone sees me pop my collar. No one sees me iron my shirt. And I warned y'all months ago, don't make me come on this live stream and iron my shirts. Because I will do it. You know, I wouldn't do it on a concept art drawing day. I wouldn't do it on a previs art drawing day. I wouldn't do it on a video editing day. You know, on a video edit and chill day. I might monologue for 3 hours on a video edit and chill day just because we chilling. But yeah, on a random Saturday, on a variety show, you know what I'm saying? Just like I love my video edit and chill streams because I get to get some like video editing done, which I always did off stream, but now it's like, oh, I can do it on stream and not have to really worry about the quality of the stream and all that stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure people are into it, some people aren't. It is what it is. But how you liking my t-shirt ironing? You can't even see me do it, you know what I mean? I'm just over here like I might be making a sushi roll, you can't even see. You know, I watch some streams on Twitch, some cooking streams, and they'll be cooking. But their camera angles, you can't even see what they're doing. I even be in their chat and I'd be like, yo, your camera angles, you might want to do this and that. You know what I mean? I could probably take my art camera, aim it this way, but I was already running late today. You know what I mean? But hey, let me know if you're into it. Let me know if you're into it. I'll do some t-shirt ironing streams, like live streams on my OnlyFans, you know what I mean? If that's what you're into, girl. That's what you're into, girl. You know what I mean? Join the OnlyFans, get all up in my DMs, be like, yo, I actually want to see you iron the shirts. When do we get the shirt ironing live stream? I'll be like, right away. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, real quick. It's the last bit right here. And then we'll see if I have those files right where I left them. All right, let me do this. Put this iron away. Gotta put the ironing board away. There we go. Boom. All right. It's gonna take a second. It's gonna take a second to do it. So y'all go ahead and enjoy this. I will be right back. Oh, plug your ears. Oh, all right. I'm here, y'all. Hey, look at me. This is the angle that we all know and love, right? What are we doing? All right. Let's go ahead and do this. Bring this over. There we go. Let me get some. Let's go ahead and get there we go. Alright. Look at that, it only took 50 minutes, not even. If we count what? Maybe the 10 minutes that it took for the, you know, shooting it out to the world shit. Oh, I didn't even share it everywhere, did I? Yo. I didn't even go one time for the professionals. Sorry, professionals. Sorry, professionals. How unprofessional of this professional Chatchilla? Chatchilla. Hey, Chatchilla's sitting right there. Let's get Photoshop open. Let me move some of these windows around. Every time I start getting into digital stuff, it's like, oh, that's right, I gotta do all this stuff. I gotta change this music too. I gotta change this music. I would, you know what I'm saying. What do I change it to? Alright. Now that the music genre changed, let me double check the volume. Alright. Should be good. Where's my Photoshop at? And let's get that in there. Where are you at? There we go. You know what? Let's just do this. I gotta see the difference between these two. Alright, that's what it is. Alright, so... yeah, then it's you. Ah. Let's see something real quick. Check something out real quick too. Let me read something for y'all. Make sure that I'm kind of in the right place. I don't want to open up anything random. Ah, there it is. I was looking for a file. I'm like, where is this file? Chilling over there. Yeah, so I looked it up, and I know that Twitch has like an official, an official like creating emote thing. But I haven't checked that one out yet. So they got something here. So it's like, here's an outline of the main Twitch emote guidelines down below. Also, you must submit Twitch emotes in 3 sizes, 28, 56, and 112. You know, pixels, whatever. PNG format. They must have a transparent background. No bigger than 25 KB. No copyrighted image. Alright. Here we go. See what that looks like for now. Alright, let's check it out. kind of cool. Let's see if I can do this. wonder if I should just switch this over. Use the lasso tool directly on here. Maybe I just do that. Go ahead and do this. Bring that back over. That's already up there. Let's do this. Switch over. There we go. Now, barely ever touch digital art, you know what I'm saying? Clean this real quick. Oh dang. Why is this all screwy? Hold on. There we go. bad, y'all. I finally focused. And look at that. Look at me. Oh well, we just get to look at me a little bit more, right? Finally focused because I'm like, let's go ahead and do this. emo, the emo too cute. Is that what we're doing? Is that what's happening? My bad, yo. Let me see something. This is why I usually do things in different ways. Let's do this. Now, how does this work? There we go. Huh. Why is that doing that? Straight up colored over that one. What that is? It's always gonna be something. Looking like Hugh Hefner. back. Alright. There we go. Oh man, is that gonna be something? It is. Alright, so that just has to be solid. I can do that. Cool. I'll try submitting this like later, unless unless we want to just like open this up and read it. You know what I mean? Let's just check it out. I'm getting a whole bunch of other websites. Let me see this. There we go. Oh, what? That's not what I was looking for. Where would I find this? Here we go. I'm trying to see if I know they got articles. I just don't know where is the search on the website. You think it'd be in Creator Camp or like Help Center? Help Center. Emote guidelines. Here we go. You know what I mean? Do a little bit of reading in for y'all. Image size, formatting, instant upload. Image size and formatting. Some partners and affiliates create their own emotes. That's what I'm trying to do. While others hire an artist, that's what I was trying to be. No matter who makes the emote, there are some important things to remember when creating your emote. The image must be in a PNG format, depending on whether you wish to use auto resize or manual upload. You will either need a single PNG between 112, 4096. Oh, is that because they got the new? Is that because they got the new the big emotes now? You know what I mean? I think people like pay a little bit and then they get to drop like a big fancy one. Is that what the 4096 is about? Or 3 images, which is probably more along the line of what I'm doing. 28, 56, and 112, for example. Images must be square shaped, yep. File size cannot exceed 1 megabyte. That's good to know. That's way more than 25 kb, that's for sure. Fully transparent background. Damn, they're gonna teach people how to make backgrounds transparent. That's wild. That's wild, Twitch. Look at y'all. Ensure you have viewed the emote at 100% resolution and check that the art has clear lines, and if you are including words that are letters are correct and easy to read. Make sure the lines are sharp, no unnecessary blurring or feathering. Yeah, I think I still have a like a soft edge on the thing, and that's why it's creating like a white pixel edge like that. Let's see if I can do something about that. Animated emotes, here we go. Image must be in GIF format, that's what we got. Depending on whether you wish to use auto resize, manual upload, or you will either need a single square GIF, that's what we got, between 112, we got it, 4096, I didn't do that, or 3 GIFs. Okay. Huh. I wonder what the 3 GIF size is. Is that like a default desktop, tablet, phone thing? The 4096 is for the big fancy ones, and then the 112 is your average desktop emote graphic. I wonder. GIF images must be square shaped. Yep. 1 megabyte file size. How big is this file size? Watch this thing be more than a megabyte. Oh, 45 KB. Look at me, because I was shooting for 25. I was shooting for 25 KB because that was what the original guideline had said that I read. It could be 1 megabyte. Look at me. Yo, I just could have worked that resolution and then just dumbed it down later. Shucks. That's what happens anytime you do a first editing, right? Anyways, the thumbnail for the animated emote will default to the first frame of the GIF. You want to create a different thumbnail. This can be overridden with a custom static image. Same requirements as emotes. Nah. Alright. GIF images cannot be more than 60 frames. Alright. Oh dang, 60 frames? Yo, because I think I only put like... how many frames did I put? Oh wow, and no flashes, you know what I mean? Because Pokemon. Alright. Here, let me screenshot. I'm gonna screenshot these so that way I can... I was gonna write it down, but I was like, well, why not just screenshot it? That way I always got that. That's a bummer. I wish I knew I had 1 megabyte. But the 60 frames, I might be over 60 frames. I might be over 60 frames. I'm pretty sure I am. Huh. Yeah, I'm probably over 60 frames. Oh well, we'll try upload. I'll try uploading it when after the whatchamacallit. After the stream. What else did I want to do? Oh, right. Well, since I got that now. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and make some. Go ahead and make some more. Yeah, I wonder how many frames. Oh, I wonder if I drop this into, what is it, After Effects? Yo, let me get that After Effects up. I just want to count the frames. I'm pretty sure I'm well over 60, to be honest. Drop this in here. Oh, when they say 60 frames, they're talking about keyframes. Oh, dude, you telling me I could do full animations? 60 frames is actually a lot. You know what I mean? 60 frames. Yo, 1 megabyte files with 60 frames? That's a lot. You could do a lot with that, yo. Yo. Here I was aiming for 25 kilobyte and just like a couple of seconds. I'm sitting there thinking like, yo, alright. Yeah, cause I got this open on I got this open on After Effects right now. It's only yeah, it's only 7 frames. Let me see. Oh no. Hold on. Saying is, yeah, I'm getting all sorts of. Whatever. I'm pretty sure this one's safe. I mean, with stats like a megabyte and 60 frames, we're talking about like few frames. Because I've seen some pretty animated emotes on some of these streams. So yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. You know what I mean? We're just getting started with these. This was just like, let me get something, you know what I mean? My chat's so quiet. Gotta get y'all some chat chiller. You know, give y'all something worth saying, you know what I mean? Y'all don't even have to say lurk no more. That's gonna be the lurk button. So if there's gonna be like settings that I can apply to it and just be like, yo, anybody can have this, just be a follower or whatever it is, then boom. Just jump in, and then it's just yours. You don't even have to chat with me. I see some chat chillers drops during my stream. You know what I'm saying? Alright. So cool. Yeah, it's trying to say it's 8 seconds, 9 seconds. You know what I mean? Stopping at 7 seconds. It's about 8 seconds, give or take. But I was wondering if I was putting it out at like 30 frames a second, or like, you know what I mean, whatever, however many frames per second I had set on Photoshop. Usually I work at 30. You know what I mean, instead of 24. All right. Alright. What am I doing? Yeah, so check these out. Oh, why I got the Arashi Kage in here? Hold on, man. The Arashi Kage ain't supposed to be in there. Hold on, man. Get out. Arashi Kage, what you doing in there? I dropped the whole Arashi Kage in there. Hold on. Y'all. Let me open this up. Let me see if I can show y'all something. I was having a little bit of fun off stream one day, and you know what? It's been a minute since I looked at this. My eyes are gonna be mad fresh to look at this. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. It ain't perfect, but check this out, Chad. Let me show y'all. There we go. Look at what I was doing one day, just behind the scenes. I saw somebody I saw somebody wearing some pants with some Arashikage logo stamped on it, and I was like, yo, man, I ain't seen that Arashikage sign since the maybe the original G.I. Joe movie, maybe the sequel. I was like, this has been a hot minute though. But yeah, I was like, let me see if I can make a font real quick with that, you know what I mean? So I went ahead and just created a font just for funsies. You see what I'm saying? Like, look at me. I can go ahead and make my own fonts if I really wanted to. I just put it on the website, you know what I mean? Put it on the website, make it available. Y'all want an Arashikage, an Arashikage font, yo? Type things out like this. It's not perfect though, you know what I mean? I need to find some better something. But yeah. Yeah, check these out. What are we doing? That's not what I wanted. Yo, does this window not even give me that? Hold on. Let me see something. Oh wow, that window doesn't even give me that option. Look at that. I just wanted to show it this way. You know what I mean? Maybe you can see it a little bit better. You know, something I've been thinking about doing because, like I was telling y'all, a little bit into like fonts, letters. I was talking about lettering the other day, and it's been a hot minute since I've ever done any calligraphy, any you know what I mean, writing people's names and bubble letters and all that other stuff. You know, it's been a hot minute since I've done any of that. You know what I mean? Like, last time I could remember doing stuff like that was like high school, you know what I mean? But yeah, you can see it right there. Nice little Arashikage font. I was like, I wonder how visible the letters would be, you know what I mean? But straight up, I could see these letters in a magazine. I could see a magazine utilizing these things and titling and all that other stuff. There's just small imperfections here and there that I would want to kind of address. You know what I mean? I would need to alter a couple of letters and fix up a couple of things, and you know what I mean? Really tighten it up and make it something that's actual, like a worthy product to put out there for people. But yeah, I can make my own fonts if I wanted to. You know what I mean? I was even like, do I want to make glyphs and all that other stuff? Like, how far do I want to take it? You know what I mean? Letters and numbers. Letters and numbers. But yeah, I've had to customize a lot of fonts for people, you know what I mean, for a lot of people. But usually those were one-offs, not like actual creating fonts, but actually like customized lettering and all that. I've had to do that for so many people. I just thought it was interesting. This file was sitting in the wrong file that I was just jumping into to show y'all something. And I was like, why don't I file in here? You know what I mean? Anyways, let's close that. Let's get this done. I want to show y'all something. I was working on some tests. was working on some tests. Check this out. So y'all might recall those little sketches I've been doing the last couple of weeks. You know what I mean? And I kind of wanted to, something that I wanted to do was just make some dope emotes, you know what I mean? Like for myself. You know, I see a lot of people making a lot of emotes, and I see a lot of emotes out there. They're all really cool. I haven't gotten to a place where I saw anything that like inspired me to actually make emotes. I've done it a lot, as far as like when I made characters and all this stuff. We good? We good? Alright. Sorry. I've done it a lot, like with animation background, creating characters. I never did it on stream or anything. I haven't done it in years. But usually when you create a character, you want to make a bunch of facial expressions for them and stuff like that. And so something that I always did was I would just look at emotes, like little emojis, the emoticons, the yellow face with, you know, big smiley face, like the regular emoticons you get in text messages and DMs and all that other stuff. Like I would just look at those things, and then I would apply those to characters, and then, you know what I mean, maybe draw their face a little bit here and there, stuff like that. Sometimes I would take a character and I would, you know, just draw them like head on, like an emote, and make a series of emotes of that character. And it was very tedious for me, you know what I mean? Like it was really tedious, and I never really enjoyed it. You know, it's a lot like when I work on the concept art and I work on props or vehicles or environments. I kind of struggle. There's that part of me that I always got to be like, man, how can I have fun with this? What do I have to do with this so that I can have fun with this? That way, if I'm having fun, I can draw it a lot better. It's like when I'm working on characters, not necessarily characters that are really difficult in design where I'm like trying to figure out the design, but once I have the design down, I gotta sit there and you know what I mean, create. Once I got the design down, I gotta sit there and actually I have a ton of fun just drawing those characters, doing anything and everything from any and all angles. Like, that's when I start drawing that stuff, and I have a lot of fun with it, you know? And, yeah. You know. So, yeah, like, because emotes are on the table now, something that I wanted to do was just start playing with some of these designs, some of these things. Like what do I want to do? I understand their emotes. I understand like in the chat that there is like the typical emoticons that you have, whether it's on Twitch or like just texting on the phone, you know what I mean? Like, you have those emotes, and you have the popular ones, and you know, some of the ones that you'll kind of see across the board on anyone's channel. Kind of everybody has their version of something. Think about it like the eating one or the heart one, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that. The laughing one maybe, or the angry one, like stuff like that. I just haven't come across anything that I like them all. I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. Like all the ones I've ever seen, they're all great. On point, on brand. You know, like I like it, and I will end up doing stuff like that. I just don't have any ideas. You know, I just don't have any ideas. That's kind of like one of the reasons why I thought by the time I would have got to affiliate status when I started streaming a few years back, I looked at like what it takes to become an affiliate, and I was just like, okay, this is gonna be a grind. Like, let me go ahead and do this. I thought I would have had a chat by now, to be honest with you. Like I was saying at the beginning of the stream when I was ironing my shirts, I had a chat, and then the chat kind of disappeared, and then now I got people that watch, but nobody ever chats on my chat anymore. I just got a bunch of people lurking, and nobody really chatting at all. And then whenever I do, it's usually like, you know what I mean, some you know, some troll just trolling, you know what I mean, or somebody with a fake account not being like an authentic, you know what I mean, for lack of a better word, you know what I mean, just being real, just being like a regular Twitch person on Twitch, and you know what I mean, if you chat, you ever see my rules are like really easy: be cool and don't not be cool. And I'll get people on chat that just straight up be not cool, and it's like, hey man, you know, it's crazy like that. So yeah, I haven't really, you know what I mean? Like I've developed an audience. I have some people that are on here that I'm like kind of cool with. Some, you know what I mean? And but yeah, I thought by the time that I was gonna be making emotes, I would have had enough of a chat to have like discussed ideas with, kind of go back and forth and see what people are into. That way I can kind of interpret it and do it my way. It's kind of like the whole Patreon process, like let me know what you want, and then obviously I'm gonna do my thing, and draw what you want. Same thing with the emotes, you know what I mean? It's not about giving a specific person an emote. That's what the whole freelance thing would be, you know what I mean? I'm trying to think if there's a way to create emotes on my Patreon, like just utilizing the Patreon stuff. Like, so for instance, I have a tiger tier. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. Oh, we back? Look at this, we back. So I got a tiger tier on my Patreon, and it gives you, let's say, 36 square inches. I don't know the exact number, but that's a decent, you know, like 6x6 image. And if you're familiar with my sketchbook that I do like sketches on, you know what I mean, every sketch that I've done, all the concept art, pretty much everything, you know what I mean, the majority of my work is done on 3" by 3" sticky note size kind of stuff, right? And so those sticky notes are 9 square inches. So with the tiger tier on Patreon, I'm thinking, I'm like, you can get the tiger tier and you can get, you know, 4 emote designs from me, and then there'll be things that I'll probably start off in the sketchbook, but then I'll digitize, and that's exactly what I did here. Like, that's exactly what happened with those. That's why I kind of drew those and tested them out, doing some things, you know. and I'm gonna do a whole lot more. The idea for me right now, and I'm kind of just talking about it because I'm just now getting around to the emote stuff, right? So it's finally starting to get a little bit dark out here. So yeah, since I'm finally here getting around to the emote stuff, super excited about it. But I thought the chat would have been here. You know what I mean? I thought, especially on a stream like today when I'm like first delving into it, I would have had somebody, not a stranger, but you know what I mean, somebody who I would have known throughout the past 4-year journey of getting here to talk with. It's just I get most of my views are not on Twitch nowadays, I think, and then a whole lot of people pop in and out. You know what I mean? A lot of skittish people on Twitch. You know what I mean? And then, I don't know, the people that used to chat, they don't chat here no more. I'll bump into them on other people's streams and be like, what's up? But, you know, like, outside of that, don't really see them. You know? It is what it is, right? It's the internet. But yeah, so it's really weird. I'm kind of stuck to just kind of make my own thing. And while that's not a problem, it's like, you know what I mean? The emote thing, from my understanding, you know what I mean? My own personal experience with it, with subscribing to other people, being on their channels, getting their emote, you know what I mean? Stack list, whatever like that. A lot of it is, you know what I mean, it's like community. And I just don't have any of that community sort of ideas. I could go ahead and be like, yo, here's the heart one, and here's the laugh one, and here's the angry one. I have other ideas that are more artistically inclined, you know what I mean? And more or less, what I might be doing is exactly what I did here, and I think it's a fun exercise. I did those to run a test, so you can see I have them labeled, whatever they're labeled. What do they say? What do they say? So yeah, the ones in the middle are the original sketches, and then I dumbed them down to 112 by 112. They could use a little bit of cleaning, you know what I mean? Like, that was just a straight up dumb down. No editing on it whatsoever. And then, I think the only thing I edited was the black and the white to make the black black and make the white white. Outside of that, I might have bumped up the colors, but I didn't really like go in and do stuff, you know what I mean? I just kind of wanted to run a quick test. And I don't know, I like the result for the most part, you know what I mean? Like, there's little bits here and there that I'm like, you know what, maybe I can do this better, do that better. I applied running another test, you know, this being Twitch, and Twitch being a gaming platform. Even though I don't play games, I got priced out of games a long time ago, I can't afford it. You know what I mean? Games are like $1,000 now, and systems are like $1 million now, and I just can't afford these things no more. You know what I mean? I got priced out a long time ago with the PS3, and you know what I mean? Kojima, send me the PS5 with the 2 games, and I'll make them the first 2 games that I play on here. Stop tripping, dog. So, but Twitch being a gaming platform and me not playing games on here yet, something that I really liked about digitizing, bringing it down to this 112 by 112 scale is they kind of look like they kind of look like video game art. Like, that was another thing. I wanted to run another test for somebody. I dumbed it down to 112 and left it like that, and then I applied a NES filter, like a Nintendo Entertainment System color palette, to override the colors, the original colors on there, and that's what that color is, or that's what those are on the right side. You know what I mean? So the two on, you know what I mean? The two pictures all the way, well, I guess, for, you know what I mean, for your view, all the way to the right. So that colors aren't really all that different because there's 52 colors to choose from. And then I wanted to see what it would look like on even a more difficult filter to run it through, since those two weren't all that crazy. I was like, well, what's a really good game filter? And I was looking at game filters, and I'm looking at video game filters, and I was just like, you know what? I always liked the original Game Boy stuff, like that whole green thing that it had. So I was like, let me run that and just see what happens. So that's what you could see on the left side. That's why those look a little crazy. Once I ran that one, I was like, okay, now I see there's actually going to be like some work that needs to be done here. You know? Which is fine. But that's what I mean when I say the things that I'm seeing and how I want to go about doing it. You know, the things that I see and the way I kind of want to go about doing it. And I want to make some dope emotes. I think, yeah, I think I found the route that I'm going to be taking with these things. I originally did these designs for merch. I was either going to treat them like sketches in order to do a bigger design for the merch, but then after I started playing with these little emoticon size pieces here, I was like, oh, you know what? I could probably just take these sketches, manipulate them enough, and then actually create like some decent video game art with it. And you know what I mean? I'm embracing Twitch. I'm embracing the gaming community regardless, you know what I mean? How skittish and quiet y'all is. But that's why we made the chat chilla emote just now. You know what I mean? I might, that was the first effort, so who knows? I may go around and, you know what I mean, redo that one after I do so many and be like, alright, it's time to start like updating some of these things. Just like after a few years, I want to start updating some of my merch. You know what I mean? Finally get my merch to a place where I can start taking it to the next level. I want to start, now that I'm making emotes, start making emotes, they're gonna be mad trash, and then, you know what I mean, they'll get better in time. But yeah, you can see here, like, those Game Boy colors, running just those pictures on the Game Boy filter. It doesn't hit the same, but it does look like a Game Boy, and I was just like, this is too cool. So that's going to be something that I'm going to learn to manipulate and edit. And I think it'd be dope to have like some Game Boy, original like Game Boy themed kind of like run my artwork through a Game Boy filter, so to speak, you know what I mean? And create emotes out of it and create merch out of it. And you know what I mean, that'll be the thing that we have here. But yeah, it's happening, y'all. These are all ideas I had for the longest time. I just thought that by the time I experienced so many people's emotes that by the time I got here, I would have had like something like community to be going ahead and make it something that I know people are gonna feel, rather than just do something that I know that I'm gonna like and that people are gonna like out there. People are gonna like the idea, and but yeah, I don't know. I'm excited about these things. So this is what I'm gonna do now. Let me go ahead and get these things in Photoshop and see if I can start manipulating them. Yeah, so what do I got? This one, and this one. Alright, let's get this going. Where is this at? So you can see, like, that's the original size of these things. But now that we're here, I can kind of get past yeah. It was funny because I worked on these real quick. Like I said, I just made the black black, made the white white, and then just like hit the colors up. And I was like, after I finished and threw it in Illustrator, made the file, whatever, I was like, where are my Photoshop files? And I didn't have any, just because that's how much of a quick pass I ran over these things. So I wonder if I even want to like go back to the original. Instead of messing with these, kind of let these live and go back to the original. Like, I really love this one. You see what I'm saying? Like, it looks like some 8-bit art, for real. Anyway. Yeah, let's start from the beginning with all the with the original ones. Let's go ahead and do that. Hold up, that's not the original. Come here. There we go. See, I could probably even get like a better picture, maybe, or not. So we're going to call this go ahead and do this. Go. What happens if I go this way with it? Oh, yeah, let me check that real quick actually. So this is only, this isn't even 30k pixels. What was the dimensions that they talked about? 4096. So maybe I want to work at 4096. What is the 4096 for? It's for those big fancy ones when somebody like buys one and drops like a big one, right? That's what I'm thinking, but let me make sure. What is the 4096 Twitch emote for? Auto resize mode. The 4096 emote size is used for auto resize mode on Twitch. This means that the emote will be automatically resized to fit the screen on different devices and platforms. It is the largest size allowed for emotes uploaded through Twitch's auto resize feature. Alright. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Everybody's on their 4K nowadays. I'm just trying to see if I can get a confirmation. Oh well. Let's go. I mean, 4096 is already bigger than my picture here. So yeah, but it's saying it can't be more than 1 megabyte. This is gonna make it way more than 1 megabyte. Huh. Alright. There we go. What about this releasing? Huh. That's what I thought. Oh, damn, where's Thanks, did that come already? ahead. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds, come. Ah, damn. Set that up. Alright. That's what I mean, like cleaning it up ahead of time and then bringing it down like this. Definitely better results. Alright. Yeah. So I never kept the 58 or the 56, whatever this is, of the, yeah, 56. Because it definitely wasn't this clean. But yeah, it's tight, yo. It's tight. That's crazy. I mean, obviously it looks like, and you definitely can't read it, but it's still tight. I ain't even mad at that, yo. That's like, it definitely didn't look like this without cleaning it up before. You know what I mean? When all I did was fix up the black and the white, and then I just like really quickly did the colors. Doing it like this is crazy though. ain't bad, bro. That ain't bad. Woo. Alright. Let's give this one a little bit of love, right? In order to do that, let's clean this up, right? And it's still rough. Alright, let's clean it up. Let's clean it up. Yeah, cleaning it up made it better. It was still visible. I just wanted to kind of double check it to see if it was a little too crazy, but it's not. It's tight. It's tight with the cleanup. Alright. So let me get rid of this one. Alright. I might be able to clean up the 28. 28 on the Yeah, I just don't know how cleaning it up is gonna clear it up any, you know what I mean? Like I can clean it up all day, but I kinda like the blended colors, you know? Like I'm looking at how I would clean it up just like I did the Ninja on the 28, but the letters overlap so much that I don't know how legible, legible with asterisks, you know what I mean? I can make it. Alright. Okay, so let's try this. mean, they look the same. You know? There's no reason to touch that up. No reason. I mean, there was only like a couple of pixels that were different. Hold on. Alright, let's go ahead and do something. You know, I was thinking earlier I would jump on the comic book, but you know, we did so much work. Did so much work with these little emote things. I think I saw a page. Out of my face. I think I saw a page that had like one of those extra little squares sitting in it all empty. You know what I mean? You know, I always leave like a page. Alright, so there's this one. It's right below that one. But I thought I saw another one. Hold on. Unless it's like one of the last pages or something. Yeah, so there's that one. I might just go work on that one then. Yeah, it's right here. On the last page. Nah, I'll work on this one then. Here we go. Right below the other one. How are we looking? Yeah. Do this. Get the light on it, right? And then alright. Oh yeah, where is that? Alright, let me go ahead and put this stuff away. Not bad. Same. How am I going to draw this one? What does that look like? There to there. So if I wanted to go like here, something like that. Yeah, I might do those Game Boy things a little bit later. You know what I mean? There's some things to the Game Boy, something that I kind of wanted to address before I went around applying those sort of filters and things like that. I actually didn't even get around to applying the filters. That's just the pixel art on its own. Once I apply the filters, a lot of the colors are gonna lessen, and then, you know what I mean? Like, it'll simplify. Though everything that I just did will simplify a little bit more. You know what I mean? So I actually didn't even finish the whole process. In order to get the filters, I got to drop them into Illustrator and, you know what I mean, run them through my own custom-made NES filter, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like how people just like kind of take a picture and then run it through like a Miyazaki filter or something like that. Everybody was doing that for a second. Same thing. You know what I mean? Except I made my own NES filter. You know what I mean? I gotta flip that like pancakes. Either way. Alright. Wow. It's actually going to be quite simple. Oh. Never mind. Not if I'm dumb. It won't be simple if I'm dumb. Oh. No way. It's like I said, unless I'm dumb about it. That's what happened. Alright. Oh, it's so difficult trying to capture the bottom of the sketchbook. See what I'm saying? It's a fun one. You know what I mean? It's a little bit of fun. I was sitting there looking at this like, how am I gonna draw this one? You know what I mean? I just made it up. I got what, like a couple of things in there that I want to get. Some things I might not keep. You know what I mean? If I want to keep with the theme of the other ones, I might do away with a little bit of the details. You know what? Let me just do that. I'm just gonna get rid of the details. Certain ones. 'Cause I already know how I'm gonna feel about them. I already know how I'm gonna feel about them when I look at them later and be like, ah, yeah, I don't need that. I don't need that. You know what I mean? I was throwing detail on the lettering, and then I went and freaked the rest of it, and I was just like, alright, you know what? I don't need all that detail on the lettering. You know what I mean? I can let the lettering live. I'm gonna go ahead and do something else with something else, you know what I mean? I'm gonna have to do a little bit of research before I go ahead and finish this one, but whatever. It's whatever. You know how it is. You know how this goes. Either way, you know what I'm doing. Let me go ahead and do this. Alright, I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. That's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. gmrdrew.art, the website. Link is in the bio. You've been staring at it all night. Check out the website. Links to everywhere there. Merch stores. I got a lot of them. You see me working on something I had a new idea while I was working on this stuff. I didn't talk about it. You know what I mean? I'd be like this sometimes. So yeah, look at the merch stores, wait for a sale, buy something. Patreon, join the Patreon, free, holla for $1, or, you know what I mean, if you're interested in getting commissions, anything like that. What I was talking about earlier in the stream, these little sketches right here that the one that I just did, the one above it, that's the turtle that I was working on earlier. Like, 4 of these is the first tiger tier on the Patreon. You can get 4 of those. So earlier in the stream I was talking about, the emotes and everything like that, and I was thinking about how can I implement emotes into the design, and I was like, the best way to do it, I could draw a big old picture for you all day long, right? But doing 4 of these little ones are gonna translate a whole lot better once you start getting into those smaller pixels, 28 pixel, 56 pixel, all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Like how everything got pixelated, I cleaned them up, made them look nice, you see? Like, all of that, you get 4 of those. Imagine getting 4 of those. You know what I mean? That's the tiger tier on the Patreon. G Mr. Drew on Patreon. Get on it. And then what else do I have? OnlyFans, 50% off. I ain't doing none of that freaky stuff. I'm on there doing fitness videos, motivating, inspiring, whatever. You know what I mean? Hit me up in there, jump in the DMs, talk about, like, you know what I mean? Hey, weight, lifting, diet, all that stuff. You got questions? I got answers. It is what it is. Love y'all. Peace.